Hello, welcome back to today's episode. So today is episode 4 of our cross-platform e-commerce, and in today's video, we're looking at implementing the CRUD functionalities of these items we have here. So we're just aiming at removing this default data. So to remove this default data, we need to have all the CRUD functionalities working. So I may just say like this episode was somehow really had a lot of good bugs to learn from, and I think this is going to be one of the most important episodes of all time because it had a lot of things we had to debug, the things that I thought they were obvious and we had to debug them. But after all, we actually end up creating some good things. So we actually, we integrated. So if you just go to our dashboard, we added a lot of things. So let me just go to our tier diagram here. So we added the backend pages, more especially the department, categories, brands, and banners. So we did not work on the products. This one, we did not work on it, but we worked on all others: banners, brands, categories, and departments. And this was very interesting because for each individual page, you have to perform about 6 tasks that you have to do on one single page. You have to do 6 tasks. You have to go ahead and first of all, you have to have the backend endpoints in the Honor backend. And then you need to have the schema file on the front end. You need to have the server action. You have to use React query. You're using React query front and back, everything you're using React query. And then you have to create the forms. You have to create the form, and you also have to create the listing page. This is the listing table. And then you have to use to create the page for this listing. So to show you what we're meaning, so if you just go, for instance, we created banners. So if you just go, for instance, on the banners, so we have this, then we have the form. Okay, we have the, we managed to add all these here. And the most importantly, what was actually first hard thing to implement was making sure that we send a JWT token for every, like when we're performing a request, you need to send a JWT request token that allows you to be able to create this endpoint at the backend. That was really hard because it is not there in the documentation and it is not straightforward. So what we are doing here, previously we're using the same session because I was using the same browser, and that was a serious bug to really debug. It took me a lot of time to configure. So it was something that we all learned, and so I hope you find it really nice. But basically, if I'm just to show you what we did, if I say test banner, and then I just maybe come here, you can upload the desktop image, and then you also upload like the then the mobile image, and then you can add any link here, and then you can add the test description. Okay, so this is a test banner, and you can just go ahead and create the banner just like this, and you can see that the test banner is here, and you can see how fast it is even when it is on the local host. And we had to do this for banners, we need to do for brands, and we need to do for departments. So if you can see the same thing we do for brands, and then we have the categories. Okay, so we did for categories, and in the categories, of course, we are selecting the departments, which is really are nice. Okay, of course you can also click here, it takes you to the departments where you can just go ahead and create the department just like that. Okay, so this was really then also integrating the data table was not something that was easy, so took us time to integrate. I have a whole documentation for integrating the data table, and we're following this one. That's why the video actually it is somehow long, because it is packed with a lot of stuff. So just like the video and let's get started. Hello everyone, welcome to our first episode. So in today's episode, I wanted us to do the mobile app where we add all these ones. But the problem I'm having is that we don't have images and the whole site doesn't really come out. And so right now I'm feeling really like actually fast working on that. So what I want instead, what I want instead is we just want to work on the dashboard pages. So I'll just want to go ahead and we work on our dashboard, and then so that we are able to add some backend. Want to be able to, most especially want to work on the to be able to work on the CRUD functionalities for categories, departments. Okay, departments, and then we have categories. Then we have brands, and then finally we have the products. Of course, we have the banners. So all these pages, they need to be worked on, and then we can at that point update the images for these different things. Otherwise the site still looks lacking, in my opinion. Okay, so right now currently, if you go to the dashboard, so on this we are supposed to have I feel like a link that takes us to the dashboard. Okay, and the so we could add our own. Let me just go back to web. Okay, I can just switch to web, and if I just go back to app, and then I go to this layout that is in home, you go to the shop navigation. So right now what we are seeing is this user button. Okay, we're having that user button, but instead what I would want is to use somehow this user drop down menu. Let me just first get this user drop down menu, and I create for it a component. I'm not sure if it is this one. Let me see. Nav user. I'm not sure what this one is. The nav user. It takes in this. Let me first also add it in here where I have the user drop down. The energy today is low, by the way, guys. So if you see me really not using a really fast pace as usual, I'm really not feeling okay. I'm feeling somehow very weak, but for some reason I had to pull out this episode. Okay, so I'm just going to bring the drop down. Maybe I just get from the nav user. Do they have a drop down? Yes. Yeah, today the energy is really low. We have other things like the button. Then we have the avatar. Okay. And then we have the icons. Okay. Okay. So this is the user drop down. So we have the user drop down and we also have a nav user. So if you look at this, they almost actually take in the same thing. So I don't know why we're using this one. I think this one is working on the side menu actually. This one is for the sidebar. I know where it is. Let's just go ahead and use this drop down, user drop down. So it takes in basically the email, username, and the avatar. So if I just come back to this layout, you go back to the shop navigation and you go to the home. So there is where we have this is user ID, and instead of this, let me first comment it out and instead add the user drop down menu. And what you can pass in, you can see it is missing the props. So what you can pass in is email. I wish you could just like simply pass in a user, but anyways, I'm just going to say test email at gmail.com, and then we have the username, and then we have the avatar. So I'm just going to leave it empty for now. So if you just go back, okay, so I think this one we added was for the smaller screen. Let me just make sure that I'm just going to copy also this. Let's find another user button. So it is also here. I'm just going to comment it out and add this. Okay, so right now you can see how this looks like right now. The good thing with this one, it has like ways of going to the dashboard rather than the user menu. Okay, So I'm just going to go to the dashboard. In fact, just go to the dashboard. I want to go in the layout. Okay, so there is where we have the app sidebar. Okay, so you can see there is why we did this. Okay, this is why we did this, and we used the, in that case, the nav user. So we just need to correct the also the information like this from this use user, and then we can just go ahead and populate it in the in this. Okay, let's first try it and see how that looks like. I'm just going to get this, and let's go to the layout. So we just want to go to the home layout, inside here. Okay, this is where we have it. So I'm just going to go ahead and get this here, and we can just import the use user. So also going back to the app sidebar, we can, first of all, we can also just create this user data. Okay, we can just go ahead and create this, the user data, and then afterwards we can just go ahead and do something like this. Just copy this, and I'm just going to go to steer to the shop navigation. So down where we have our user here, so basically we just want to do this, and I'm just going to say this. I'm just going to remove these two like so. So here we have some other ways of now checking this. We're saying if it's loaded and the user. So after this, to show this, we could we want to show the loading. Okay, so I'm just going to actually first leave it like this. Just want to go up here, and then I just want to paste this. I just want let me just first go back to the app sidebar and get this. So we just go and add this here. Okay, so instead of this, I'm just going to say user drop down, and I'm just going to do this. I will first go ahead and comment out this one, and let's go to the user drop down. Instead, we're just going to take the user. Let's take the user like this, and then down here we're just going to say that the user is of this like so. And now we can actually go ahead and attach the user. Okay, in fact, since we already have that, we can go ahead and destructure them here, const that is equal to user. So we can just say username, email, and avatar, just like this. And then just go, let's go back to this. So if you look at the user data, you have the name, email, avatar instead. So this is name, and here is going to be name. Okay. Okay, so we have this. Going back to shop navigation. We also have it here. So I will just first comment it out. Let me just add something else here. Something. Okay. Okay, so we have okay. We have this. Now for the image, actually we have the image. We need to go to the user drop down. Let me just go there, and we actually have the avatar image. I don't know why we are using the fallback, because the source must be actually there. Okay, so for some reason we don't have the image. Can I just go ahead and console.log the avatar? Oh, this is avatar URL. Let me first go here. This is avatar, right? Let me just go back in the user dropdown. So this is avatar, like this. Okay, and just refresh, and you can see loading, and yeah, so we have the logged in user, the image like that. And then the good thing with this one is that it has a layout shift, I guess. I don't know how we can solve that, but I think that one is okay. We have the orders, dashboard, notifications, and that's what we want. We can just like now go to the dashboard. That is going to work perfectly. I'm just going to replace it. So with the user, so I'm just going to go here in the shop navigation. So instead of this thumb thing, I'm just actually going to remove this, and let's leave this one. Okay, and I'm just going to simply pass in the user is equal to user data, I think. User data. And remove this something. Okay, so instead of this, we're just going to look for another way of checking if someone is logged in or not. So you can see up here we added whereby we are checking is loaded. Now the good thing is that this key up here, let me just first minimize all these. We need also to change the I think the bottom nav. So you can see it comes with this is signed in. Okay, So we can also take advantage of this is signed in, and it gives us back a boolean. So if it's signed in, then we can show those. So down here, so we can use this to check to show this. Okay, so you can just come here and you can just say if. So here we can just say if is loaded and is signed in. Okay, and then here we could just say if is not is signed in, then we can just go ahead and add this. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and add this here. Okay, so I will do the same thing for this second one, I believe. Let me just first go ahead and get this. Okay, so another one is this one. I guess we could also still check using this use ID, but I think I'm just also going to use this very hook. I'm just going to remove this. Let me replace it with this login. Just like this, and then up here we're just going to use the other previous one, and this one just show the loading part. So I'm just going to go ahead and comment out this. And now we can just like add this here. Okay, nice, done. So let's switch our thoughts to the dashboard side. What I want at this point is to make sure that on the dashboard we can just go ahead and do some nice things. We already have a nice sidebar, which I love actually. So I will not mind about these stats right now. We just work on those ones. The only thing I'm just going to focus on right now is working on these other things. So let's first go ahead and try to actually create these pages. So we already have the dashboard page. So if you go under dashboard, we already have the page, which is the one that is showing the statistics and these recent orders and the recent products, these ones here. So these ones are okay, I think. The here I want to first add some other on the sidebar. I'm just going to go. So if you go in the sidebar and you go in the layout, you see that these things come from the app sidebar, and in the app sidebar is where we find ourselves having those these things. For instance, in the data.nav main, so in the data here we have this user. I don't think this user right now is useful right now. What is useful right now is this nav main, right? This nav main is what is really important. So if wanted, we could just add it in a dedicated place. for that matter. If you just go back here, you also have these other down ones here. The only bad thing is that actually in on the small screen, let me see in the small screen. Okay, I think on the small screen it still shows the sidebar, which is okay, great. I'm just going to simply add in some others. So we have the products, we have categories, and then we have orders. I'm just going to go here on categories below, and I'm just going to simply add the departments. And it's going to be departments. And then we have, so departments here. Okay. So we have these ones which are under documents. I feel like I just need to separate them. We have dashboard, categories, and all these ones. I feel some others I should distribute them down here for that matter. Okay, we have, okay, anyways, I'm just going to add simply, let me just add some others. So we have customer analytics. So I'm just going to add, because the only thing that is remaining, I think, is the banners. So this one is going to be going to dashboard / banners. Okay. And this one we can just say, I think, monitor. Okay, I'm just going to simply have that. So the banners. Okay, so I just simply want to start with these departments. So the thing is on the departments, we have dashboard departments. So what I would do is go to this and create new folder. I'm just going to create departments. Okay, and then here I would add the page.tsx rfc and this h2. I'm just going to add these the departments. So let's click on the department. Okay, so you can see these are the departments. I can add a class name of P04MDP8 like this. Okay, so what we need is to fetch a data table for these departments, and then we can just go ahead and start doing these things. So right now at this point, what we need is to add a data table. So data table is, of course, is not easy. So I just want to go to, where do I want to go? I just want to go to CodeMint, I think. So you can just go to CodeMint gamma.vassal, and then I'm just going to click on these guides. So that is why we have this React query and reusable data table here. So some of these principles, we have already been implementing them. So when you are creating the backend, you have to remember about these principles, that you stick to small payloads. By the way, I'm going to release, I will soon release an ebook. I will release an ebook about optimizing APIs for fast APIs for backends. irrespective of which programming language you're using. But there's some of the principles in that book are these ones. Small payloads, create operations to maximum of 5 fields to make sure that your API is really fast. Optimize the queries, atomic updates, and then so you're going to be using some of these things in our own application. So I think we already have some of these things. React query, I don't know about the React hook forms, but what we just need is to go ahead and do this. So data fetching, we might actually go back to using Axios. Right now, currently, we are fetching using, let me just go to actions. So if you look at these, everything you're doing, you're using fetch. Okay, which has no problem. Actually, we might just stick to fetch. I'm just first remove this. We might just stick to fetch or not. The reason being is that you can see, like, in every file we have this API based URL. Okay, and the problem with that is that every place we need to do this. Okay, we need to do this. So what if API changes? We have to go this file, this file, this file, this file, this file. Like, we need to go to so many files to actually get this data, right? To fetch the to implement this API based URL. So either we could create one config file that is giving us the base URL, and then we use it in all other files. I don't know. But otherwise, we could configure this using this Axios. And then the good thing with Axios is that, so if you're just like making like a post, you don't need to worry about so many things. Say for instance, stringifying the data. So you don't need to do a lot of things basically. Okay. So you find you have to do something like API.post, and you pass in the endpoint and the data. That's it. Okay. You find that's it. The only thing you actually need to do. While for the other, for this one, if you're just going to make a post, you write actually a lot of code. So I'm just going not to tamper with this one, but basically what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to first add Axios. So you can just go here and simply add Axios for now. I'm not sure if it is already there. So I'm just going to add a new, then just going to cd to web. And just going to move this near web up here. So I will just say npm install Axios. So I'm just going to add Axios just in if it is not there. And the only thing I just need to create is the config file. So in the source here, just going to go ahead and copy this. And then I can simply just actually, so let me just work with create inside the web. I'm just going to create a config. Then inside the config, I'm just going to add axios.ts, then paste in this. So another thing I just want to use also, I think, is I would want to copy from the mobile how we handled it in the mobile. So in the mobile also we have the env, and if you just go in the data here, you see that we are actually having fetch, but the API URL is coming from the config. So if we just go to the config, we might just use this actually. I can just say copy we could just like simply copy this while we are checking the environment. So we could have the one for the production. Let me just copy this env actually. I just want to copy these. Yeah, this one across the mobile. And let's go the web to the env. So basically we already have one link. This one, I'm just going to move it down like this. Okay, so you have the API URL. So we can have the development dev API URL, and then we can also have the production API URL like this. And now we can just use these ones smartly using the environment. So in this, we're just going to where we have this Axios thing. So since we have this base URL that we're using down here, so it would be a good place to check here. So we can also export the base. Let me see here, we used it as what? So we have API base URL. So we're using this one for us. So I'm just going to go to Axios and first name this as this. And let me also export it. So I can also come down here and instead use this. Okay, so what I just want also now to do is instead of just using this here, I'm just going to say that, what do I want to say? I just want to say process. So we can just say if process dot env dot node env is equal to, so you can see here we have the development and the production. So if it is equal to development, then if this is true, then we just go ahead, can first remove this, then go ahead and add this process.env dot, so we have two of them here. Now we have to go switch back to the fabric, the next fabric, because this might not work actually. So let me just copy this next fabric thing. Let me just work on add them here like this. Next fabric. So for the dev, we just want this to be this process.env.dev API URL ls is going to be process.env dot. So now we can just go ahead and get another one, this one, the production, just like this. Okay, so now I can just use this in other places wherever we're just having this. We don't need to do this, so we can basically import this from config Axios. I'm just going to go to everywhere and just simply remove this. Just bring this. Data. Okay, so we also have this. Have categories. And make sure these, and I use the imports to always remove them. and then finally the banners. Okay, I'm not sure if now everything is still working. Let's first restart the server. The fact that I think it has already started. Let's first go back to the front end for a second to make sure that actually everything is still working. I'm just going to simply duplicate this. Let's go to the localhost 3000. Okay, everything is still fetching. That means we are good. Okay, so we are on the departments. So we can basically start using the post and the Axios thing within these things here. So we are starting with departments. So the good thing, we already have somewhere with get nav departments, then get department with categories, and get these like so. So what I want is first is to try to add the reusable data table. Okay, so I'm just going to go here. We're just going to be having some things from here we're going to be looking at, but for now let me just scroll down. Scroll with me. Okay, so the first thing is where we have this, like the listing page. Okay, so we have here the listing page, as you can see, and then here we have like so the listing page is going to be in this format, whereby we wrap everything on the suspense, and then we have this listing like this. Okay, so this is what you're just going to use. So what you just want is to actually scroll down. Still, let's first scroll down for a bit. So an example page for courses, I might just also just use this, the same thing. Okay, this is the same thing here. Scroll down, the course form. Okay, so the form components that we need to have, actually these are the ones that I think I need. These ones are going to pass, I think, on the edit. So let's scroll down. I'm just going to scroll down, like really down. So, okay. So these are the ones I want to try to do. So we might just need to update our button component. So if you look at this, this button component is having some updates. This button component here is having some updates. We'll see how to handle that, but it has some updates. So I'm just going to simply go ahead and copy and replace with our button component. Just in case you want to use the button component, I'm not sure if we're just going to use it but I'm just going to copy this and go to the search for UI button. So just go to button here. So wherever we are using this, you can just simply copy and paste this. So it just won't cause any errors. Just simply add this. But if you look at the props now that we have added to this, that you can pass in so many things. Like for instance, you can pass in is loading. It can be used for loading. You can pass in href, and you can also pass in the icon. Okay. Then the second one to update is going to be the input. So also copy this. Let's go to the input. So you can just go to the input just like this. So in the UI input, also replace this. So what this does is that it also adds some things like icon. So you can put the icon on the left or you can put the icon on the right. So this one is also good. And lastly, we can also create this other one. So this one is not there. We can create it, UI editor. So I'm just going to go in the UI and let's add this editor .tsx. And this is going to help us on creating the product description. So if you look at this, it needs some things like at tip tap React. So you can just like copy this and head to a new tab and just add a tip tap React. So this is we're going to use the tip tap rich editor. So you can just see a tip tap React, and now you can just copy this and just go to the terminal here and just simply add this. I'll just simply use pnpm. So if you see other things you want is this a tip tap starter kit. So we can just also in the new tab add this a tip tap starter kit. So this also gives us the YC. So you can just see, you can also add this here, a tip tap starter kit. So I will just copy this and I just need to also add it here. Then another one is a tip tap extension link. So this one is for adding links like this. So this is just like a smaller part of the whole big tip tap. I have the big tip tap editor, but I'm not going to use that one. I just want to use this one because I find this one to be really small and smart. So just going to use this one. So just go ahead and also add this. So let's install these ones for our editor. So going back here, we have the editor component done. And then we also have the editor usage, just in case when we reach on using this editor, we finally use it. So then we have data table components. I think these are the ones which are very important, and be careful with these ones. So we need to create about 9 components that we are going to be using for the data table. And the good thing is if we just create this one once, we're going to use it on all our data tables. So I'm just going to go ahead and start creating this. So you can see all these ones are inside the UI data table. So you have UI data table and the first file is index. So I'm just going to copy this. And you can see this one is now good. So I'm just going to go inside this one, create a new folder called data table, just like this. And then we can start by putting, for instance, index.ts and this, and add this. You don't need to mind about the errors, we'll fix them later. So that is the first component. The second one is the actual data table. So you can see UI data table and then data table. So I will just go in this, I will add a new file. Right click, new file, like this. And let's go ahead and add this code. And let's go ahead and the next file. So this, I think, the biggest file of all, the actual data table. Then we have data table, then table actions. So I'm just going to copy this. So we have table actions, table actions, the tsx, add this. Scroll down. Then we have entity form. I'm just going to copy this, entity form. Entity form.tsx. Just going to paste this. Let me just look at it one more time, entity form. I think that's the spelling. So then we have another one is the filter bar. So I'm just going to copy this. We have the data table filter bar. So filter bar.tsx. And then scroll down, we have the date filter. So I'm just going to copy and add the date filter.tsx. And scroll down. So we have the confirmation dialog. So I'm just going to create confirmation dialog, confirmation dialog.tsx. Then we have table loading. So we have table loading. So I'm just going to go ahead and create table loading.tsx. I think that's this. Then we have rows per page. So I'm just going to come here and add rows per page. Rows per page.tsx. I think this was the last one. Okay, that was, I think, the last one. I'm not sure if those are all the files we need. So we're just going to go and look at the errors that we have, and then we try to fix them. So if you go in the confirmation dialog, I'm just going to start from top, and I'm just going to move this a little bit down. So if you just go here, you see that this one is simply lacking the UI at this alert dialog component, and down here I think it's because we don't have the alert dialog. So I'm just going to add that. So you can just say p npm dlx shad cn. You can say p npm dlx shad cn at latest, then add, then you say alert dialog, just like this. Then let's go to the second one. This is the one which is recording the actual data table. So if you just go here, you see it is in getting things from the date filters. So basically, all other components, we need them. The missing ones looks like these other ones. So I'm just going to simply do like this, because I think we already have these. Like for instance, the date filter. Okay, you can see it's gone. Then the table actions. Then the bar. Yeah, so you can see this one is cleared. Let's go to the date filter. So here in the date filter, it is saying that the file button already exists. Do you want to replace? You say no. And then here we have the date fn. So we can just add this p npm install date functions, or date fns. Just going to add this. And then we have the UI popover. And then we have also the UI calendar. Okay, so let me just first add these two, the popover and the calendar. Let's just wait for this to finish just for a second. Otherwise, if you're liking the video, please go ahead and press the like button and subscribe. Okay, this one is taking some time. I don't know why. So it finally actually got some issues. So if you just look at this, it means like the packages, there were some issues with the stored, I think the stored npm. We'll just clean this, but let me first add these other ones, the UI, and so I'm just going to do this. Let me add these other two components first. I'm just going to add the pop over, and then the second one is going to be the calendar. So you're just going to add the calendar like that. And I think those are like the two ones I want to add. So we have this React Day picker. I'm not sure if the calendar is going to install for us those ones, but let's just first wait. Do not replace this. Let's just give it for a second. Yeah, so you can see it actually installed for us the React Day picker we need, and it also installed for us the date functions. Okay, that was good. So go back to the entity form. Let's see what's going on in the entity form. So here we need to install the React hook form, and then the UI dialog, and then the form. Let's just first install the shared CN ones. So if you install the form and then install the dialog, just like that. I'm not sure if the form is going to install for us the React hook form. And we're just going to say no for the button. Okay, so it went ahead also install the React hook form. Then just go to the filter bar. Let's see here. So this one is simply importing the date filter. So just do this because we already have the date filter, I guess, here. So you can first leave this one. I believe it's going to work because the date filter, we already have it here, date filter. Let's go to the index. So index is basically importing all these other things. So if you just go here, confirmation dialog, table loading, entity form, table actions, filter bar, and then the data table. Okay, so you have this one. So the only thing we just have is this. I don't know why it is not seeing the filter bar. So date, we could just say dot slash. What was it? It was date filter. Yeah, just like this. So we have all the files, no errors right now. Okay, so after finishing adding these components, now we can just go ahead and start using our data tables. So the first thing we just need to do is to go ahead and fetch some data. Okay, so I'm just going to go back up for a second. So if you remember very well, we have already our Axios working nicely. The second thing we need now to do is create the file that's going to do the fetching and everything, right? So if we're just going to get the list of let me just say the list of products. Okay, I just want to get the list of products. So I'm just going to go back here and let's follow the same pattern. So there is a pattern for data table down here. We're just going to see it in a second if you want to use it. So I'm just going to go down here where we have the product listing. So while we have the product listing here, I'm just going to first create these two components. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, and this is what's going to be in the page. So where is the page? So just go to app, dashboard, and then departments page. So instead of this, I'm just going to add this. So in departments, I'm also going to create another folder called components. So I just want each folder to have its own components we're going to use. So the first one I just need to do is the department listing. So I'll just go in the components, I'll create departments, department listing.tsx. So basically this one needs to look like, so if you look at here, now we have two ways we can do this. So the first one is where you have the form attached, where you have the form attached to this form directly in this same file. Okay, I think for the small ones, I think we can do that where we have one file that is already also having the form. I'm not sure if that is like a good thing. It doesn't seem like a scalable thing. Just go down. Instead, I'm just going to go down to where we have the course page and then go down to this dashboard course listing. So the first one, this one, it has everything including also the form. Like you can see down here, I have the entity form that actually have these form fields within here. You don't need to create any other form. Then the second approach is having actually a separate. So if you look in this one, I'm just going to copy this. So if you just go in this, I'm just going to paste it in here. So this approach is that I'm just going to go ahead down here. And we have dashboard course listing. So just going to say this one to name it as department listing. Now, since we have also the front end, actually it's good that they just like name this dashboard department listing. Why not? Dashboard department listing. Just going to copy this and just going to also add it here. So if you see, we can going to be passing in the departments instead of courses. Are just going to be passing in the dashboards. These stuff here. So the advantage with this one, if you are going to look at it, you will see that you have your own form. So if you just go down, handle delete, handle confirm. So if you look at this, we have its own individual form actually alone. So if I can just also copy this form. So down here, you're going to see we have a standalone form, like this course create form, which is going to be the department create form. So if you just go under the department here, we're just going to have another one, which is going to be department create form, just like this, .tsx. Okay, so this one is going to be having the form fields and everything you need. Okay. So we, depending on what we are going to use, we can use the entity form. We can just use these other normal ones. Okay. It depends what we want to use. Now, if you look at these, the inputs we're having here, these ones are not coming from the UI inputs. These ones are coming from the form inputs, which I kind believe we have these ones, the form inputs. Okay, those ones are very easy. Just simply go to, where do I go? Just go to where you kept all the other downloads. I don't know if I just added them within these ones. Okay, I don't know where you added those downloads. Where can I get them? I remember did we leave them in the downloads? I'm not sure how I even called them. So basically I just need to find one I'm not sure if I can just filter by the type. Is there any file folder? Yeah, I think I can filter by folder. This one here. So you can just simply go undo this. So you can just open this Hubstack simple auth. So let me just look for this. So you can just like simply unzip this, I guess. Can I just right click and I just say WinRAR extract here? So you just go in this one and go to components, and you're going to see where we have these form inputs. So you basically just need to copy this form input, just like this, and come back, components. I'm just going to paste them here. These form inputs. Now, there are many, actually they have this also the image uploads and all these. But what I'm just going to do is that they also need some installations. So you can just open one by one and you make sure that there are no errors in them. This one looks good. And then this one looks good. This one has some problem. So we have this React Tailwind select that I normally just use for selection. So just go ahead and install this one. So I just want you to copy this. And you can just like paste it here and you see it on the NPM. Okay. You can just see it here on the NPM. So the only thing you just need to do is to install it. And then if you look, you have to also add this. So the first thing would be installing it. So let me just say pnpm install this. Pnpm install this. And then the next thing is actually after the installation, the next big thing is to add this. Now, depending on the Tailwind package version you're using, so you can see we're using Tailwind 4, where the configurations for Tailwind config, they are all inside the global.tss here. So we just need to add our configurations basically within this. Okay. We need to add our configurations within this. So what I need to do is we need this file here. Okay. So to know how to add this, I normally just use a trick. And the trick I add is because we're going to add the multiple image upload. If you go to the image input here, you see that we're going to add upload thing for our uploads. So we need to set up also the upload thing. So I'm just going to open. The reason why I want to show you how to add this in the Tailwind is that I want to use the upload thing. You don't have the good way of adding it. So I'm just going to go to the upload thing for a second. And you can just create a new app. And then you just go here. You can just call it just like cross-platform, whatever. Cross-platform e-commerce. The word cross-platform, I think, is, oh, okay. I just want to leave it just like that. Okay, then just go down here, create the app. And then in the API keys, of course, we need to get this. Just going to go to this MV, and then up here, you can just like add this. So going back, this is the only thing you need. Just go to the docs, and we just need to select the Next.js app router. So the first thing is to add this PNPM, just like this. The second one is upload thing token. We already have that. So we can just quickly just go ahead in the API, create the upload thing core. So we already have the API folder in this. If you go here, then we have the API. So we just need to create a folder for upload thing. So if you see it here, we have upload thing core and upload thing route.ts. So I'm just going to start with the core. So you can create inside the API, you can create upload thing. And then inside the upload thing, we need two files. The first one is going to be core.ts, and the second one is route.ts here. So the one is having these helper functions that we are going to configure in a second. The second one is adding the route.ts, which I'm just going to go down and get like this. Okay. Good. Now, actually, for this setup, the upload thing file here, you could just go ahead and go back to this ultimate folder that we have. And in these ones, you can just get to this hub stack, go to app, and just go to API, and then you can just get this upload thing. And the reason why we are getting this one is that it already has set up for the image upload. So I'm just going to go ahead and load this, and then just going to click on the API, go back here, and paste this upload thing. If you open it, it still have two files, the core.tss. Now this is the one which is having actually the things that we need. So you can see it has the category image, it has the blog image, and then it has like the file uploads. Then it has the mail attachment. So it has already some good configuration that we can use, that I have already added, that we can just going to be reusing. Okay, nice. So for this case, I'm just going to not mind about that. Let's continue. So go ahead and add those. And then the another one is in the utils, you need to create upload thing.ts where you add these buttons. So I'm just going to go here. So if you want to see where those ones are located, if you go to the image import, you see that we have @lib, then upload thing. So first, we're just going to use the lib folder that has already been created by shadcn, this one. So inside this one, I'm just going to create the upload thing .ts. And then in this one, I'm just going to add this. So simply remove this, and you can just import the file router. The file router is coming from this upload thing core. Nice. So the next is now upload thing styles. So you can see using Tailwind. This is the old way of adding things in the content, and this is the similar way I wanted to show you. So you see that we used to use the tailwind config if you wanted to add something where this file is located. The same thing with upload thing here, how it used to do it, but now we're using tailwind 4. So tailwind 4, all the configurations were in the tailwind config are inside the global.css. So basically you need to add something using the @source. So you can see you need @tailwind, and then you need these two files. So I'm just going to go to global.css, and you can just like add a comment of this is the upload thing, and down here you can add these two lines. So you can see it is going to the node modules, is going outside, which is actually correct, I think. Because if you look at the global.css is on the app. So to go to the modules, you need to move out. Okay. You need to move out to go to the node modules. So that's where I'm just going to actually use the same technique of the @source. So we can just now, for the select, I'm just going to duplicate this. Then go to the React Tailwind, this one, copy this. The node modules, this, like so. Just paste this here, like this. Okay. So the second one, this one is for the React Tailwind select, React Tailwind select. Okay, nice. Now going back to where, I'm not sure where we are right now. Okay, we are just here. So after using this, now you can just go ahead and start mounting all these things to your page. So they give you the example of the uploader page. We already have this. So the last thing you need to do is setting inside the app layout. We need to add this. So I'm just going to copy this and go to the root layout, not the home layout, but the root one, this one here. So in this, we can just go inside anywhere inside the body and just add this. Okay. So the first thing to import is this, the plugin. You can just like go ahead and import them up here. We have the plugin and these three things. Just going to go ahead and add them here. And then these are the ones which I used onto this. It seems like we have one error, which is actually importing the file router. Remove it and then just simply import it. Normally, it's going to come from this API. Okay, nice. So the layout is done and that's it. Okay, saying here if you're using the experimental PPR, which we are not using, and that's it. We have added we have added the upload thing, and so if you just go back here, this one should now be okay. Just going to say upload thing, just like this. So this one is now okay. Go in the cross button from input, so you can see this one is okay. Image input, multiple image. This one still has a problem somewhere with this. Okay, we'll fix that. Then we have the multiple image file uploader. So this is multiple file uploader, not multiple image. Multiple images here. Which we can just know that we can just add this to for it to be okay. But when you just go here, we still simply need to add in these. So for the toast, I don't think we need the toast. Really, do we need the toast? Because if you look at that toast where it is working, where is this toast working? The toast component. Let me just look for it. So if there is any failure, it does add this one. So if you look at this, we already have a toasting component already. Let's just go to the layout here. So we are using the sooner. So in that case, we simply need to import toast from sooner. If you just go down here to toast, or it from Sona or Suna, I don't know if the actual correct name. Then down up here, let's just go ahead and also add the upload thing. And then we have these React icons. So we used the React icons, which I'm just going to go ahead and add. So you can just say npm install React icons. Okay. Then anything else? I think that's the only thing we just need to do to add the React icons. We're just going to wait for it. So if we just go back to the button, we have this. Yeah, which is also gone. And even this one is gone. So we have all others like the password input, radio input, simple editor. Now we have simple editor. And then we have the submit button, tag input, text area, and text input. So we are good. So after adding all these components, if we go back to the dashboard department form, we are creating the department create form, which was using some of these things. So if you look at the department types, the ones we need while creating, we can just get that one from, we need to have the types. We need to have the types. You can see this is going to be department create form. Department create form, and you can see it needs like the generate slug, which we just get to, and then actions, the create courses, and so on and so forth. So we might just go ahead and update this. So what I could basically do is, I think, create this here, change this, the create course. This is the one we just need the DTO, data transfer object, the one for the create. So we can just easily get that from, if we could just go to the API, because in the API is where we have source, routes, and we have the departments, and then we have the schema. So with this one, it actually also have the schemas if you want to use all the schemas. As you can see, the create department is based on this schema. So let me just first remove actually this. So we have the actual schema, which is this one. So copy, and I can just go back to the web for a second. And if you just go scroll down into where we have the types, you'll see that in the types we can create schemas, I think, or we can just go to the departments types, and then I can add this, which need is Zod. I think we already have Zod, don't we? Yes, so you have Zod, so you can add this. That's the good thing. And now you can simply create the create from that. So if I just go up again in the schema, you can now create the create and then the update. Let me just bring it down here. Oh, this was the create schema. I don't need to do this actually. I need the types So basically you could just infer. I could just instead first get the, you see we have the type of department, and now we can have this create. So after getting the type of department, so if I can just say copy this and just go back to web. So the only thing I just need is, if I have this types department and I have this, so I can infer and I get a type of department, as you can see here, right? And then from this, I could just now create all others. Okay, I could create all the types of others by using, instead of infer, I can now base on this and I say that export type, and then we want, like, for instance, the department create. So department create DTO. So this would be equal to department type, and then we can just say dot, I think like dot omit. Can I just say to create for me? Let me just go to this. Let me just go to CRUD. So I'm just going to say if I have these types, you want to create the types of department create DTO. How do we call this? I could just go in the form. So it's supposed to be course create, like department create. So if I just say department create DTO, and then also department update, department update DTO. I just want to create these ones from the department. Okay, so this one should just use the partial and also the omit. So you can see here, you can use the partial. They say here you can also use the pick utility type if you want to be explicit about the included fields. So you can also say the department create is pick department, and then you pick these ones, then partial pick, then another one is create separate ZOD schemas like this, which I'm not. So say the third option is recommended because you get runtime validation with the schema. The type safe is maintained through ZOD, consistent through the infer. So this is the one we used. And the one we used in the other side, I don't know which one is. Looks like this one I'm writing a lot of code, which I'm not going to do right now. I'm just going to simply use this one. Okay. So I'm just going to simply go now to the web, where we have the department, and down here, I'm just going to add this. Okay. So you have the department create, which is now title slug, banner image, description, and is active. And then we have this department update, which is exactly the same thing as the create. So with that, I can just go to department create form, and I'm just going to simply update this. instead of user ID initial content. Okay. So just need to update this form now to match the, instead of the course, I just want it to match the department. Now, one thing I just want to do, instead of using this this form, the good thing is this form is super independent. If you look at this form, the only thing it wants is like in this case was the user ID and then the initial content and blah blah. The only big things is this is open and on close. Okay, they're like the big two things you need to maintain, but otherwise we can change everything we want. For instance, on the department, if I just go back to this API to create a department, departments here, if you just go to the department post, the required things are title, slug, and the banner image. Okay, description is not required. So basically we need to put the title and the image in the form. Okay. So there are two types of forms we can actually use. We can just use this one, I think, which is okay. Or we can actually go to simple UI. Simple UI here. Now in the simple UI, I have a place for forms. If I can find them, there is forms here. And in those forms, we have this pop-up form. Okay, we have this pop-up form, and I don't know, we could just like use this one. I'm not sure at that point, but we could just use this one. And it simply just changes it and gives us this. Okay. Yeah, you can just say that if it can modify, I'm just going to copy this from here, bring it to this, and I'm say that modify this form to match modify this form to match the department form, just like this. Okay, so the only thing I expect is yesterday what is going to do. So going back to the department listing, I just want to replace this, and then I'm just going to be saying what we need to do on this. Okay, so if you look at it, it's saying mock managers data. What? If you look at the department, they just like go ahead and give it the things for the department. I'm just going to say that the department create just go in the types department here. I just want back the web here. So, okay, I think it didn't have the types. So this is the type. I'm just going to give it here. These are the types for the department. And then from this, we created. Okay, I think we did not specify. We had not given it. So I'm just going to say in the department form, use these types. This here. So it was doing its own things. Okay. Added a lot of things which were not necessary. The advantage with this form here, this one is scrollable, which can be like for the department and the category, we don't need to create separate update form. I don't think so. But for the product, then we can just definitely create that form. Okay. Yeah, so this one is going to help us after setting this. The first one is going to take us some time to set it up, but after doing that, then everything will be okay, because now we'll be just reusing the same template over and over. It's already about 1 hour, and I don't want to exceed 3 hours because I have some other engagements later today. I just want to simply see we can do this faster. So I'm just going to go in the department, create form, replace using this. So let's look at what we have. First, I don't just we're going to remove these things like the schema. We don't need it. We already have the department schema, and we also have the create. Oh, so it took this here. We already have all these actually, so I'm just going to simply remove all these. We don't need the managers, the locations. We don't need these ones. I don't think so. So we just need to simply create the department form data. So these ones, let's first create this key. Just use the schema everywhere. Let me first go back, okay, for a second. Okay, so going down here, we have the department schema. It also created the department create here. And then the department form data is the department create DTO. So basically, I can simply, I don't know, like we leave these ones in here. Okay, I'm just going to first leave them here. Let me just remove the ones that we're not going to use for now. Okay. So let's go down up here and we see we need to get the text area and the switch. We are not using the label anywhere. And also the select is not being used anywhere. So let me just first go ahead and install these two components of CRUD, p npm DLX add cn at latest, then add switch. So you can just add the switch. And then the second one is the text area. I don't know why Resolver is complaining at this point. The department options are incompatible. Do we have options? Okay, we'll see down there. We don't need the created at really ID. I think this one was creating a sample. Yeah, it was creating a sample here. Let me just see where the problems. We have this. Basically, we have problems with the form. Okay. The banner image, then the description, active state, and then the create button. Okay, nice. Then why are we having all these issues? So we have this department schema form. I don't want to use all these. I like create the schema, then after this create. I just simply want to have to use. Let me first in the original one. So in the original one, we have one schema. Good. And then we have the form data from that schema, which is nice. And then that's it. That's what we actually needed. I'm just going to do that. So we already have our schema. Okay, we also already have these other ones. You don't need these. So the first one we want here is going to be use form, should have the department create DTO. Department create DTO. The second one is the schema, which should be department okay, so if you look at this, we need this schema without okay, so basically we need the create schema. Okay, we can just like get it from here. So we also have the department create schema. Department, then like create department schema, this one. So you can scroll down to the web and down in the types. Let's add it. So this gets it from this. We remove the ID create and that. And then I can just use this create department. Let me just go back in the form. Just use the create department schema. Okay, then when you just go here, I'm looking at this. So you have this. You also have the actual this. So you have the product. So this create DTO, this one has to be so this has to be matching with this one, this create and this one. So we could just use infer instead, I guess. We can just use this. Infer this create department schema, this one, okay. And then what else? Department has the title Slack banner image is active and this. Then when you go the create, it has ID, title Slack banner image and description. So if you just got the resolver, let's see what's saying. The parameter type of parameters options and options are incompatible. You don't enable type this title string banner. So type boolean or undefined isn't enable type boolean. Okay, so where we have is active here. So by default is going to be active. So we could actually literally just remove this from this whole thing. Like I don't know. You can just like leave it. Let me just leave it. So we could just go ahead and fix this. It is the one which has a problem somewhere. So here is saying that we said is created at is boolean default true. If you just go to the create, its active is very clear. I don't know how we get to miss this. I don't know why its active is somewhere like saying it is not required. In one of these ones, is active here is a boolean, and then in this create, I think this is where we have it like maybe not. Oh, description is active. Why for some reason do we have it as is active? We have it somehow. you can see here is active. Okay, I'm just going to first leave it at that. And then we have the department. So, okay, let me first go bring the one that we have here. I think we could first work with this one, and then we shall see what we can change. I'm just going to simply give it this error noise. Just over on the resolver. Okay. I'm not sure. So just going to say we have this, but this rotates around. This is active. I don't know because we just gave it this default. That's why, yeah, I think it's just because of this default we have. So you see the TypeScript is happening because there is a mismatch is active field between the schema and the infat. The issue is that when we omit the fields from the schema, the is active field becomes optional in the DTO type, but the schema will still expect it to be required. So let's do this by explicitly defining the department create schema. Okay, so they just go ahead and now get this. Okay, so we have the department schema, department create schema. So basically now we are not inferring, we have the department create schema, which makes this one useless at this point. And then we are getting the types of department from the department schema and then department create. I don't know why it repeats these. Okay, still we have the issue is the resolver. The same thing, the Boolean thing here. So if you just remove this, I feel like this default value, the one she's making it to have that, because when you put the default, then it makes it just like that. Just remove the default thing. So we're just going to make some updates so that we don't have a lot of unused code. We just see what we have and what we don't have, what don't want. So let's just go back to the department listing. We need to have this XLS package installed. This is for converting Excel to have the import and export for Excel. npm install this. I don't know if it needs these types. Let me first check. So you can just you check this package. Okay, it comes with types. Okay. So now we need the format ISO date. I don't know if we're just going to need this. Okay, then we have the UI data table. So this one should be at components. Just going to say at components. Supposed to be at slash components, I guess. Then we don't need this course create now. Let's get the button. The only thing we just need is down here. Let's try now the department. Okay. We have the department create form. Did you just like department form? Okay. Just like this. The problem here is not controlled, so we need to control it. Let me first leave the course here to see it. We need to be controlled, so I'm just going to comment this out, and I just need to add our department form. Okay, and then up here, we simply import some functions. We have one for the date, format date. Where are we having that? Edit, handle export. So on the handle export is where we have this date. Just going to comment it out. Then we have the columns. Where you can import the button. Then we have this, still the format ISO date. I'm just going to comment this out. And then we have delete course. I'm just going to comment this, which is needed on the handle delete. Okay. So basically we don't have any problems in this. Let's first see how this one works. So what is expected is we need to expect the departments instead of courses. So I'm just going to go ahead and also copy this and add it to here. So I'm going to say modify this listing table to be department listing. Okay. And just see here the things this is going to. So it is accepting the departments, which is nice. So the department brief, this is going to be actually the department. It's going to be the department because we're just going to have all the data listed here for this case. Then we can have the department. Let me just first copy this. And we see the changes we need to make. Let's start from app. The department brief actually is the whole entire department. Okay. So since we already have the department. Okay. Do we need to name this as department brief? Just going to cut this. Let's just take it to department. I'm just like add this and I compare what this one has. Yeah, if you compare these two, they are really different. Okay. So I'm just going to actually have this as department. This one is the actual department. So get this. And let's go back here to where they're using a department brief. I'm just going to replace wherever there is a department brief, it's going to replace it with department. Okay. And then we can import the department. Nice. Okay, so let's just go here. We look at this. So in the columns, we have the description, which we not need, I guess. Then we have is active. We have the created at. We have the access key and okay. Then down here, these ones are okay. Refresh the data or remove the local state. So here we have the department form, which we are going to change. Now for the filters, it added its own filters. So here we don't need like this. And the delete label. Okay. Then I think that's it. Here on the filters, we don't need to do this. On the filters, if you just go back to the course create on this, you just scroll up here and this. So if you just go on the listing and you look at the filters, let me just go ahead and copy the filters. I'm just going to replace the filters. So the filters, you simply pass in the array of what you want to search here. So right now it looks good. We could call this, and then we pass in the departments and then the title, I believe. So if you go back to the page, so we have the product listing and then this. So this one is the listing page, which was this one. Instead now of passing these ones, we want to use, this is what we want to use. This is what we want to use, React query. So I'm just going to go here. Where is the React query? React query. Okay. So let's first create a function which says get or departments. So you could just say get somewhere here like this and just say get or departments, maybe for now. And it's going to say department here, array. And the only thing we just need is the base and API departments, just like this. Nice. And now this is get all departments. If I could just go to any place on the home page. I don't know. There is this department with categories. So if I could just copy this. Okay. If I could just copy this. Now, depending on what we're using for fetching, we might just need to change a little bit, to change things a little bit. We could just use suspense query, or we could just use query. I don't know which one is better, to use suspense query and to use query. If you load the component, I don't know the difference between between use query and use suspense. So there is use suspense query. Okay, so there is use query and use suspense query. Okay, React queries, someone is explaining. So what is use suspense query? Is a new hook in React v5 that allows you to use the suspense feature to render your components where data is fetching. This can be useful for creating smoother and more responsive user interfaces. How to use it? So the component is fetching data. You can see now use the use suspense query, and the component you're going to use, you can see that now you can wrap it in the suspense. Okay, so the component that is having this, you can use this. So that's the one I've been using for all others. I don't know if we should just use that or not. Oh, you actually get suspense from also React query. Oh, okay. So for now, we can just use, we can just simply use this React query for now. So I'm just going to copy this. And let me just go to the department listing. So what I just need is these departments. We're just going to get them here, like so, like this. And where can I just get these others? So you can just get this, and then you have is error, and then when it is empty, I'm just going to go back here. So you have these if statements here. So you can just import is this, and then you have the departments. So we have the departments. So we might just no need to use this and use this. I'm not sure if we're just going to use this one. Just give me a second. Let me just first go back to this original one. Can I just have somewhere where I'm doing data fetching? Let me just move up to where we have data fetching. So if you just see down here, we have where we are fetching data. So we have, for instance, this create. Okay, let's just have this. From this, we have the, for instance, the create, where I'm creating this. And then you also have where I'm getting this get brief using the Axios. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this to create. And I'm also going to use the do we need anywhere we have like department? So just going to copy these two. Okay, I can first use those ones. So in the actions departments, since we have this, I'm just going to go down and let's start by getting a create product. This is going to be create department. Let me first minimize this. And then here we have the get products. Just going to simply say get departments. Get departments. The type here is going to be department. And then we can import the API. We already have this from config. And then this, we simply just say /departments. And we only have any params for this case, but if you want to pass in the params, we can pass them. Then we have Axios, which we can also import Axios from Axios like this. And we can say fail to fetch departments. So this is the first one I want to use. So if you continue after creating these ones, you have the type definition somewhere. Then in the React query, you create the hooks. Let's go ahead and create in the hooks like use departments. I'm just going to go in the hooks. Do we already have a folder for hooks? It should be yes. So in this, I'm just going to create a saying use departments.ts, and let's copy this one for the products. Just going to change everything, paste. Okay, so what I just need first is that we don't have these ones, and then this. What we have is the React query, and then the keys, we are going to change them in a second. Then we have use products, use create. I'm just going to first go ahead and minimize the ones we don't need right now. Okay, so we have the use products, which is going to become use departments. Use departments like this. And in here, we have use suspense query. So you can see we're using use suspense query. And we're just going to change this one. Instead of just going to call this one department keys. And now here, we're just going to say departments and product keys, which is going to be department keys. Just like this. And down here, we're also going to use the department keys. And then this function is going to get departments. Just like this. And then we're just going to return departments as, so this one, data is going to rename it as departments. And now here departments is going to be departments.data. Do we have dot here? Oh, this is now the actual thing. So because this, let's see. Okay, return is response.data. So this is the actual array. Oh, okay, this one must return an array. So this get department should return a promise of this array. So this should be the actual array. So when we go to the use departments, this should be an actual array returning into departments. Okay. So we have the use departments. So I want to use this hook actually. And this hook is what you're going to use it in the department listing. So we are not using it like this. Let's go back to, so if you just go here where we have product listing, you will see that in this, to get that, you simply actually have const use products and refetch from this. I'm just going to copy all these three actually. I'm just going to simply go back here, do this like so, and I'm just going to say you're just going to get departments from the use departments, and I can just first comment these two. Okay, so if you look at these departments, we have them so we have the departments basically, and they are there. You can see they're not having us now or anything, so we don't have anything here. So if we just go back to the page, instead you're just going to have the dashboard department listing with the title of departments, and then manage your departments. This one is going to be department with data. You say department with data, and this is what you're just going to add here. Now the only thing that the difference is our suspense is coming from React, but I saw suspense coming from also React query. I'm not sure like how that is. If you just saw in the difference we got here, you can see like suspense is gotten from React query. I'm not sure how that one works, guys. So basically I could just come here and I say this comes from React query. Let's see. I'm just going to first leave it like this. Okay. If we just go to the now to this, okay, we're having the loading right now. Let's just give it, okay, so we have some error. So the easiest way we could start with is we go to this, and let's go ahead and console.log the console.log departments. Just going to refresh the page, and I will just go in my console, and let's wait and see. I'm seeing like we have post. I think let's first check in the actions. We have api.get/departments. I'm not sure if that is being hit at any point. Error failed to fetch department at get departments. Okay, so basically I think the data is not reaching. And we would want to try to get also the error, so that we could just give the custom in this hook here, we can also just export the is error and the error. Let me just say in the hook, use the department hook. I don't know how I can improve this. I have to check the one I'm using that hook. So I'm just going to say, can I also export is error and the error from this. Okay, so you can just definitely do it. You can just put also these two here in this. Okay. So you can just add these two here down. But then where are they coming from? Oh, so we just have them here. So just where we have refetch and have is error and the error itself. So we can just get them now in the department listing. Okay, just want first remove these. So we can just get now is error and error, just like this. Okay, so now if there is error, we can just use is error to create the table. The way we have the table listing, I'm just going to say that we should be also have the one if it fails to fetch the data for the table. So the way we have the table loading, so I'm just going to say table loading component, which is this one. I'm just going to say that, can you create for me? Can you create for me the same, just going to say the same way I have a table loading component, can you create for me a table error component in a case of failure to fetch data, and also add the refresh button, button to reload the page. Okay, so we have the table error component. So you can also pass in the error on retry and show refresh page. Okay, I don't know how this one works, but let me just first create this table error. So I'm just going to say UI, so where we have data table, table error.ts, just going to add this tsx. Okay, just going to rename it as tsx. Okay, so then let's look at the usage. So you can just simply do this basic usage with custom props. Okay, I'm just going to simply say if inside the listing, I don't know if I can find the table listing. Okay, these are just like the ones. I just want to go to the dashboard here. So since we have the is error now, that means we can just come and say if is error, then we can just return this, the table error. And you see we have the error and the refresh. In your department listing is saying if we have this, we can now go ahead and show this. Nice. So I should expect to see now a custom. Let's just do this. I just want to see a custom, that custom error component. For some reason, I have somewhere where we are running this. Oh, okay, we're still having a global errors page, but I'm just like wondering who is making this post request. Because if you look at this, there is localhost dashboard departments and it is a post request. Something is not right. Okay, we have the departments dashboard listing. You cannot update the router or rendering the different components. Server functions cannot be called during internal render. This would create a fetch waterfall. Okay. The only thing I'm just like concerned is this. Where are we waiting? Where are we getting these things here? It's saying the error await fetch server action. The get department suspense query dashboard limiting use client department Swiss data. Department Swiss data is this page here. Okay. Do we need to make this also a client component? But then the question arises still is, why are we making this? A post request. It's saying get departments. In the departments 102. Okay, so let's just go back in the actions. Department TS. So first of all, this one is marked as user, right? And then we have get this, then we have get this, and finally we have also the get departments. I don't want to pass in any params for now. Let me just remove the params. So this is very clearly a get. I don't know how we get to the post. Then we use this get departments. We go ahead and use it in the use department hook here. Use department. We are having this function get departments. Okay. I'm just going to refresh one more time. Can still see the post thing here. Departments 101. Departments. Okay, so I think we don't have the V1. Yeah. That's true. So we don't have API V1. We have API. The singleton can be also a problem. We don't have API V1. We have just like API. A component was suspended by an uncached promise. Create a promise inside a client component or a hook. Okay. A component was suspended. Okay. I'm just going to first go ahead and create this one where we have page, because we're using suspense. Suspense is supposed to be on the server side. Okay, finally we have some good news, but something is still not right here. Localhost default PNG. I don't know why this is getting the... Is that trying to fetch the images? I don't know what is happening right now. We have the departments. How many are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 departments. Then we have this create, add a new department. Okay. In the console, we have something that is going on right now. Default. Why is getting this default department image? Okay, let me just try to get this. Just go in the department listing. Let's try to get this image. Oh, so he's trying to get this here if the banner image is not there. So we can just like add the default. Let me just go here to flat icon. We're just going to have a default image. So I'm just going to go to image. Okay, so we have these. I'm just going to go ahead and click and download one of these ones. It doesn't matter which one, just simply need one. Okay, so I'm just going to go this one, default image. Let me just go get this default image. I will add this in the public. Go back here. So we are just going to say default image. Did we name it as default image? Default image.png. Yeah. So let's see if this shows up. Just going to refresh. We still have default department. I'm just going to look for that still. I'm just going to copy this. Wherever there is default this, I'm just going to replace it with default image. Okay, so we have this so far, and there is no more loading. Okay, so finally we have some good news. We don't need these employees and settings things in the columns. So I'm very sure that is where we have the manage thing within the this. So we can remove this manage. The description, okay, I don't know if we just able to show them, but so far this is how the thing looks like. Yeah. Okay, this is good news so far at least. Then the department form is here. We can just going to use this to add a new department. Whoa, this took us really some time to do that. We remove the slug, of course, and then we're going to replace this with the actual image. Okay, but I'm just happy that we are just like on this. So I'm just going to fast pause for a second and then I'll be back. Okay, so far so good. So the first thing you have to sort of is that this form should be opened when you click this add new. So what I'm just going to do is going back here. So we just need to look at this form. So there are two hooks we need to pass in. If you just go back to, actually just go to the course page. So where we have the course dashboard course listing. So if you scroll down here, you see that the form needs taken is open and the on close. So I'm just going to pass in those two to our department form. So just go down here where we have this form. I just need to pass in these two, is open, which is model open, and on close, which is set model open. So these we need to pass them. So if you just come now in the form, you simply have to get this two is open. I'm just going to go to the department form, and in here I'm just going to pass in this, and let me also go ahead and give them the types. So you can just simply give them is open is a boolean, and this other one is void. So you can just come and add them here. Then now, how do we use them? So scroll down. So you can just come here and see, for instance, is open. If you just go to this, we have to wrap everything. While we have the dialog, we need to do this. So just go to where we have the dialog. Down here, we need to have where we have this dialog. So you can see right now, we have them like this. So I'm just going to replace this and this one. So I don't know where the reset is coming from. Where is reset? Oh, I think reset is the reset from the one that resets the form. Okay, we could just have this reset from React hook form, if I'm not mistaken. If you go here, you will see that in the form, we also have the reset. So here we have the form, so we can just say form.reset, as you can see it here, form.reset. So even here, we just be form.reset. Then another thing we need to have, so we already have now the dialog open. I'm wondering where we have this is open and on close. Oh, okay, we are calling it here. So I think that's the only place we are calling them, and even on the button cancel. So on the cancel, I'm just going to click. So let's go on cancel. So that is why we have the submit and the cancel button. So you have this, and then we have also the cancel. So let me just add this. It's going to be from the reset. Okay, so this is so far so good. So you can see this state here. We have is open. So let's see if we go back to this. This is still showing. It needs to disappear, this form here. Let me see, set open. So set open close and on cancel. So this, we no longer have this. So let me just go back to the listing here. So we have is open, and its subsequent is false. So if we open this, it is actually opening it, but then we need to, it shouldn't be open by default. I wonder why it is still like that. On top here, so we have the department form. It is open. Oh, actually, I think in here, where we have the dialog, so there is where we have this dialog trigger. Let's see how we handle the trigger. So down here, so you have this dialog, and you can see that this doesn't actually have a trigger. Okay, so you have dialog content, and then we have the header. So because before the content, you see we have this trigger, so we don't need the trigger. That's the one that we're seeing here. This was a trigger, yes. So now we can open this using this. Okay, active department. So you can just like disable this or make it active. Then the slug, I'm just going to remove the slug because we want the slug to be exactly generated from the title. So I will go back to the form, I think. Now slug is data.slug. I'm just going to generate this slug here. So const slug is generate slug, and then takes in data dot title, and then here we're just going to have the slug like this, and then that means that I can remove this from field from the form, just like this. Okay, so now we are remaining with the banner image and the description. So instead of this background for this, I think we should just use our colors. So let me just also go up here. I'm just going to remove the trigger. Now this header being this, I'm just going to go and look for our colors. Where can I get them? So the easiest place will be shop navigation. I think we should also get a place to export those colors, so long as so that I can just be using them in the whole entire app instead of changing like that. So I don't know, in the category navigation, and we have this. Okay, just going to paste it maybe here. So where do we have another one? So we have another one, which is this one. I'm just going to cut this. I'm just going to go to config. I'm just going to see colors, the TS. I'm just going to export const. So let's just say secondary color is equal to that. And then it's going to be export const primary color. Then I'm just going to use them in our form. So if I just come here in the form, instead of bg gradient, I just want to say bg and just going to say primary. Okay, so I'm not sure if that is going to work. $. So this whole entire thing needs to be in this. Then here we'll have bg brackets. And then we have like $ primary color. Then we can remove these to purple, just like this. Let's see. Okay. Remove this second. Okay. I'll create the department, and then down here on the button also. So I'm just going to go here on the button. So we have this button with this bg or things. Okay, so we have to do the same thing here. So where we have this bg thing, I'm just going to say bg and in here I'm just going to say $ primary color. Then the hover, let's see, create department. So now on the hover shows black, but we can actually just add the hover. Just say hover like blue. I'm just going to copy this. Hover bg this, and then you can just say /80 or 90 just to. Okay, I think that is okay. Create department. Okay. Okay, that's nice. Let's work on the image. So right now everything is good. If I do fake fill, and then I just need to submit. Let me just go here, open this fake fill, and I just want simply create. Okay, so you can see that we have the banner image, created ad description, ID is active, and then the slug. So what we aim at is that when we submit, we simply want to send the department shouldn't be this. Simply add the ID slug, the description, and this, like so. So this is the data we want, and this data we're going to send to the API. We're going to use the create mutation. Let's first work on the image right now. So we want to add to upload using the button. Okay, so I'm just going to come here. So from this, we already have the form input somewhere. So if I just search for the form inputs, there is where we have this image, and there is where we have the image upload button, this one. So we just want to use this image upload button. So let me just go back to department. So where we have the image URL, so here, I'm just going to go ahead and we could add it in, let's just add this. So if you look at it, the things we need to add here, they are about 4, these ones. Let's just add them here. Title, department image, department image. Then another one is going to be the image URL, and then set image URL, and then the endpoint. So I'm just going to show you how to get all these ones. Let's start with this image URL and set image URL. So up here, we're just going to say const const image URL set image URL is equal to use state, and we can just start by this. Then these two values are the ones we're just going to go ahead and add on this. For image URL, we simply use image URL. And then for the set, we also use set image URL. And then here, endpoint. So for the endpoint, just simply go inside the API, okay, inside the web, and then API. And let's go under the upload thing core. So just duplicate this first one, category image. Let's call this one as department image. So just copy this and just go back to the department create, and then here is where we add this endpoint. So now if we just go back, we have this. Okay, so we could also provide the default image in this image URL. We can just say slash department image, sorry, the default image. .png, like this. So if you look at this vertical image, we have the vertical and the horizontal one. So let me just go and say I'm just going to go here on this. We can pass in also there is still something you can pass in here. I think display. I just want to say horizontal and see. Yeah, so this is why we have this on the side by side like this. Okay, so if we upload, let's say a banner, let's say any of this, sorry. Okay, so this one goes ahead and uploads it, and then it is going to replace the display here. Okay, so you can see here that the image we have here is this one. We don't have that good display. Maybe we should also, because I think by default we even have size. I don't know which size is this. There is the big one we have, but if you just look at this, we have it really small. Okay, we have it really small, just like this, which is not a big deal at that point. Just this is to symbolize that it has uploaded successfully. Then we need to capture this because you can see the files here. The key, there is a UFS URL now, and then there is URL. I'm not sure if we still have this capturing. I just want to console log, so let's just go here and we check. So if you just go inside the banner image now, on time of creation, this is going to be image URL, just like this. Now let's submit this. Of course, if you try to submit, this should just like give us errors. Let's add stuff and let's create. Okay, so now the reason why it is not creating is because some things which are I think lacking from the form. Okay. I'm not sure if we should now add because the form expects to have this, but because here we have banner image minimum, banner is required. So I think we could change these and we call these optional. So let's just first try and see. So this, and then slug. I'm not sure for slug because it is also having this minimum. I'm just also going to go ahead and just call this. Okay, so create. So you can see here it has been created. We have the banner image, we have the description is active, slug, and the title. So this works really nicely. Okay, so the next thing is to make sure we can actually create using this data. I don't think now we need to watch this. I'm just going to come here where we have this form.reset. So this is how we're supposed to try the mutation. So let's try to create the mutation. I'll go back to the department actions. And now let's go ahead and create this. Okay. I'm just going to do this. Create. So you just need to say create department. And then this is going to be department create. So we have the department create DTO, which has title, Slack, banner, is active, and description. And then this should be on the departments like this. Return the created. So this supposed to create and the created product ID. Created department ID. Okay. So if you just go to the API, the post returns a created department full of it, which doesn't make actual sense. We only just need to return back this ID of the created department. That's according to the principles of good, because this data, if you return it, what are we using it for exactly? So I could just quickly go to the API and check on that source routes. And if you check on the department, so here in the routes, you can see that when we do create, create is in here. The create is this one. So there is this department schema. Okay, create department schema. Okay, that's what you take in. That's okay. The response, the department schema. So here we are returning all this, which I actually don't want. Okay, I don't want this at all. So what I'm just going to do is I will just create one. I think I'm just going to create this, and I can export it to everywhere. So if you just go to where I have lib constants, so this is why we have these sort things here. So I think I can create one schema. Let me just see. I just want to create one schema that is going to be for return. Okay, so I'm just going to say get something here. For instance, I'm just going to call it that the post schema, post response schema. So what we just need is just return back the object of this ID, only the ID and the message. So we can also just return the message, kind of. So you could just say return also the message, just like this. You could just say message is, do we need even the message? I'm just going to simply return only the ID, just like this. And I'm just going to cut this. I'm just going to what am I cutting? Yeah, just like cut it. I'm just going to cut this, and let's go to these constants, and I'm just going to export it here. The post response. So this one I just want to respond every time I just create. So if you just go back to the route, response is, I just want to do this post response. So this is the ID of the created department. Just going to say here, returns ID of the created department, just like this. Now, if you just now go to this route they create, so if you just go back to the handlers, so now with the create, where is the create? So I'm just going down here. We check all this data existing by slug department dot create. So what we could do here, you can just say, you can also pass in select, and then you actually select ID to true, so that this doesn't return back all the information. Okay. And then here, I'm just going to say, so create, and then you pass in the data. Okay, just going to do this search here from like CRUD. If you say, I'm just going to say, is this a correct syntax? Okay. What does this do? It's just going to say Prisma code new department record in the database and returns only the ID field of the created record. Okay, so the creates a new record. Data containing the fixed, select this, is going to return the ID. Oh, okay. So that's good. I think this is correct. Only that this is saying that I don't know why it is not accepting to return. We have two errors so far. We have the data. So why is the create route not having? Oh, so the create route has something here. If we just go to create has a problem. So create is using the create department schema, which is the request body. Nice. The response, we have this post request, which is this one. So I don't know why, for some reason, we don't have. So if I do this, it's included implicit as any because it does not have any notations and it is referred to. Why is it having any when all these other things have types for some reason? Because the create department is there, the response is there, and all this, I don't know what this means, because this also propagating any for now. Okay, I'm just going to first leave this one at that. But if you just go back to this, it should now change the response. If you go to the department, it should tell you that the response 201 returns the ID of the created department. Okay, which is nice. Now I'm just going to simply leave the API for now. Let me just go ahead and concentrate on this side. So in the departments, we have API post department, and we are taking in this data. So this data should be matching very nice. As you can see, title slug, banner is active, and the description. This should be matching very well with what is expected here. Title slug, banner, image, description, and is active. So this is what is expected to be received from the front end, and that's what you are passing in here. So this should just work. So how do we use this? I'm just going to say, go back to the use the department in here, and we have this use create product. I'm just going to actually first mute only the delete. I'm just going to go to this. So we have create department, use create department, which is uses this mutation. I'm just going to say this is department create DTO, and then we're just going to create department. I'm just going to simply say here the function is going to be, can I remove this? Create department. Okay, yeah, create department, and then we pass in the data. Then on success, we're just going to say department created successfully. Then we just go here and we say department keys. We invalidate the list, and then we have on error fail to add department. Okay, nice. So we should just be able to use this now, use create department. So if I just go back to the form, actually you can just like check on how using this. So you can see down here, we have this. Okay. So you can see await, create course. We pass data if there is error, fail to create course, and we already have that, but I'm just going to simply just have this try catch. So we also have, can we just have the also loading from here where we have the mutation? So here we are actually returning use mutation. We can get a lot of things from the use. I can see success, error. I don't know if we can just like extend and get the loading from this one. It has this on success. I think we just like wait for that. Yeah. So I'm just going to see how do we have the loading to this. So if I have this, okay, I'm just going to say if I have this, then I'm just using it in my form. Okay, so I just want to use it on submit. Just going to say, can we use this mutation in this form? I just also want to add, I'm just going to say I want to also add the loading while it's maybe creating. Just see how it's going to change this. Okay, so we have here this the department, and then down here we have await create department.mutation sync. Okay, and then we have success. So they get the loading state from the mutation, so you can just have is loading is create department is pending, and then we can use it on the button here somewhere. We should be able to use it on this. Now since we're using the button, we will not have this here, but let me first get this. I don't know if we're supposed to change import this, then the mutation gets you this, and use mutation sync for better error handling. Okay, so you think everything looks good. We need to fix the errors. The first one is create department. Where is it? So let's first see use create department, which we are importing from hooks use department, which is correct. The only thing is that the department here is saying that types property slug are incompatible. String owner is okay. So because we adjusted it on top here to be nullable, so down here we can actually say slug is this, or we can just give it empty string. The same thing with the image. So even image here, I'm just going to say like this. This should just go away now. Property slug incompatible. Type string now undefined is assignable type string, and undefined is so if you look at this, okay, so the create is the one which is having some issues. So the types we have here, where are we getting those ones from? Because we have these, but then the department create DTO we are getting it from, I think, departments. If you check in here in the use department, if you look at this, it also has this, but which has different things which are coming from actually here. So I just need to use this one. Okay, I just need to use this. I'm just going to go back here in the form. So can I just mute this for a second? And then I can import this. Which takes away the error, but which gives us more errors. So it takes away this one. but it brings this one, the one of the resolver, and type string and undefined is assignable to this. So that one also takes us to where we have this department create. So if I just go ahead and get this, because this is where the problem is coming from. Let me also take, let me take this to the types. I'm just going to go department, and now because this one is getting is inferring in the create department schema, which is simply omitting this and taking this one. That means if we want, we can just simply add the banner, just cut these two, remove this, and they just simply go to here and replace the Z and this one. Okay, so that should give us some. So let's get this department create. So how did we call this? Because we need to get the schema for this one. Just go back the types. This one we call it the create department schema. We just create this. Okay, so now we have more problems. I just go here and see. It has the Boolean thing. So I'm just going to go on this. So the Boolean here, you can actually remove this. Let's go back. So we have one error remaining now, where we have this image upload button. It was adding this prop, which is not there. Okay. So the mutation works right now. So you have the department. After creating it, we do it here. Then we get this is loading. So if you look at how we're just using the is loading, prevent closing while loading. Okay. Then down here on the button, the inputs are all disabled, even the switch while you're loading. But the most important one is this one. So this one, since we have this, we might just no need to do this. I'm just going to show you a second. So I'm just going to leave it the way it was, like this. But I'm just going to simply pass in another prop, which is this time is going to be, I think, loading. So you can see we have is loading, and the we can just like name this to be is loading. And then you can even just like say the loading text. So if you wanted to say, you could pass in the loading text, and you just say creating, just like this. You can even add the, I think, the loading icon, is it? I don't know, but you can pass in the icon. But right now, let's just leave it like this. Let's go ahead and see. Come here. I just want to refresh to make sure that everything is just on spot. we just upload the department title. We're just going to call this as a test department. Let's choose the image. I'm just going to go here and get the banner here. Just going to add description, test description is active, and let's create. So you can see creating, department created. So what we expect it is to come here, but which I'm not seeing. So I don't know basically what happened. I don't know what happened. But I'm just going to simply refresh. And you can just refresh, yeah? See if there is anything created. So there is nothing. I'm just also going to go ahead and check in the departments if we don't have any department right now, like test department. So we basically don't have any new department. So just like go ahead and troubleshoot what went wrong. So the good way to troubleshoot this, we could just first of all go to the departments, and where we have this, I'm just going to go ahead and console log the data here to make sure the data is reaching the API side. And then after this, what I want is to go ahead and also console log the response here. So I just want to say console log raise.data, just like this. So this should be the object containing the ID. And if there is error, we are also consoling. So let me put this up, go back here. Go back here. Okay, this one is, so just go down here. So I just try to send the data again and see if there is anything is going to pop up on the console. For now, I'm just going to do this. Okay, let me just go back. Department new, title, test, title. Choose the image. We can just leave the default image. Test image, test description. Active, and let's go ahead and create. Okay, so yes, let's go back to the terminal. So the data actually reached, you can see the test data, but then we have the Axios, which says failed to create with 401. Okay, so it has here the code of 401. If you just continue here, the start code we can just get is 401. So if you just go back this side in the API, what does the create tell us? The post, it says it has also 401. You need to be authenticated, which is which, as if it is saying we are not, and right now we are authenticated very well. How comes, let me just try to create right now. So you just say test. So you can just like simply add here test, then test image. and then I'm just going to click send. So this creates and is returning back the ID. I don't know why. Right now, when we try to send the request, it is not actually getting. So if we just go back here on the getting all the departments, we have this test. I'm just going to go ahead and delete it. Just go to the delete and just change the ID to this and just delete. So this one returns just department deleted successfully. So now, why are we not able to delete to create from here? So I think that is the same thing. Okay, so let's say if we try to create from here, it will not accept if we try to create the departments. If you say API departments and you try to actually turn this into a post and you provide like the information that is required from the API here in this department post. So even if you try, let me test. So even if you try this object, the way it is, copy this and just go here. And let's paste this. And then you send this. So you get this actually, you're not logged in. So this is the same experience we are getting. So how do we get out of this? Hello guys. So after debugging for about 1 hour, so if you just looked, it's about like 1 hour and a half. So I've been seriously like debugging. Like this was really hard because in the Scala docs here, it was working. Like when you're logged in your Next.js application, Scala docs was working. So I debugged, I changed everything, it was not working. So as I was just like kept on like researching, I came to realize that this was using cookies. Like when you log into your Next.js app, so it uses cookies. Since we are in the same browser session, so this gets the authenticated user when it is making its request from the same cookies in the same browser. And I confirmed that by using now this different one. So you can see if I just go in a different browser, this is Brave, or you go to anywhere this side, okay, it doesn't work. You can see if you just go here, it doesn't work. Or if you just go and test with this, it doesn't work. And because here now you can't access the cookies if you just go in our Next.js app. So for this, if you just go to localhost 3000, you will see that the Next.js app is not like logged in. Okay, so like the Next.js app is not logged in, and for that case, it will give us the cookies will not be present in this. Okay, so now after identifying that, I was like, the cookies are not good, because if we use the cookies, if we base ourselves on the cookies, how about if we're using the mobile app, right? So after finding out that the it was using the cookies. So this is a problem because in the mobile app, we don't use the browser cookies. So I was like, we need to have something else. We need to use the JWT tokens instead of the browser cookies. And then I started like searching about the cookies, how to get the cookies, accessing the cookie in how do they call it? Accessing the cookies in the Clark. I went, read all the documentations, went back to Clark. So I searched here and I got this method of you can just like await the auth. So after getting the auth, you can just get this .get token from the auth result. And after knowing that, I modified. Remember, we had this function, the base API Axios.create, and then we have the base URL, and then we have the headers. So I first tried this, added this credential thing. This was all not working. So until I created another function called get authenticated API. Those ones who watched my video for inventory, Zoho inventory, they know this function. So you created this function, get authenticated API, and now I access the token. I actually consoled it, and I looked at that token. If you just look at this is how the token looks like. Okay, you can see. So I actually got the token. So after knowing that I'm getting the token, I passed it as an authorization. So authorization, again, I passed in the bearer token to the Axios instance. So now I use this Axios instance by getting this. So I now go to this side. By the way, so we could also protect this here if we wanted. Like we just get the user. If you're not getting the user, then So I just get this instance, and this is what I'm just using in now in the departments. I'm using const API is get authenticated API. So this API instance is what I'm using to create. So now after doing all those changes, okay. Now let's just go ahead and test this. So we are back in this, and I'm just going to go ahead and create new. I'm just going to say test department, and then you can say this is the test description, and let's go ahead and create this. And you can see we have the test department. If you just go back to the Scala docs and you just go to departments and you just go and get the created departments here, you see that the test department is actually here. Okay. So I was so much really happy after getting these results. This was really hard to pull off, but thanks. I managed to debug it and get it. So now we can actually proceed. Let me first delete this one. Just going to go ahead and delete this. Okay. So now, so now what I just want to do is, now that this works, which is really good. Now I just want to work on this, on the edit. Now that the create works, we can just work on the edit. When you click on the edit, it shouldn't take you to this the edit page. We just need to actually open the same model and we pass the data. So if I just go back to if you just go back to the department listing here, okay, so there are two ways to do this. So what we could do is passing in the initial data. So when you try to open, because at this point we actually have the data. So what I could just say is we could just have I think we can see this. Let me see. So here we have this, the delete item. We have the, I just want to go back just a second in this. So if you just go back to this, dashboard course, I just want to go to this. Okay, just want to go to this where we have this form. So we can just have this, we have this product to delete. I'm just going to go to where we have handle edit. So if you look at handle edit, we could decide to do this, but we can decide also to open. We can also happen to open because we have access to the product. So we can just say look at the handle new. Let me just first say handle new here. So you can see in the handle new is simply opening the model. Okay, and if I just go to the handle edit, sorry, handle edit, so it has access to the department. We don't need to route to this department. What we could do is we can first open the model first, so that if we now click on this, it opens back the model. So the second thing would be, after opening the model, we can actually use this department. Okay, we can also say maybe the current department, we could just set it to this. So if I just say current department, so here if I just said const department, said the way you see this, the delete item. So if I just say here and I say current department, and then just say here set current department to be equal to this. And now I'm just going to say set current department on the handle edit. Here I could just come and I say first set current department to be the department. So after that happening, when this happens, we now open the model, and now we can open the model with, so here we can just say here initial data is equal to current department, and then in the form we can accept the current department. We can just see initial data, initial data, and just going to come here and I say initial data is of the department, like this. So what we would want is let's say actually for the image, we say that the default image is equal to, so I'm just going to say here, const default image is equal to, so we could first get the department, the initial data actually, initial data dot banner image, or this, right? And then we use this one in here, like this. This would actually give us if we are getting this or not. Let's just see why are we having the problem. So you say department owner is not sendable to department. So in the initial data here, you can just see so that this can also be null. And now with the initial data, they're saying it is possibly null. So we could first actually check if initial data is true. So you can just say here, if initial data is true, then we do this. And then we can just handle it like this. Okay, so if we just go back to the department listing. Okay, so let's first create a test department to work with. Test department. Let's actually upload an actual image. Okay, let's just get this actual image. And let me give the description. This is test description. And let's go ahead and create this. Okay, so you can see when the image is here, which is nice. So if I click on edit, it means that the image is still showing this. Let's just first go here and show. Try to go to this department create. First of all, what I would do is I would console log the data. Not data, initial data. Let me just give it a title here of initial data, just like this. Okay. Okay. Can I just first of all let's reload. I'm just going to go to let me just go to the console. I'm just going to click on edit. Okay, so if you just click on edit, you look at the initial data that is here. Maybe actually here is supposed to be initial data dot. For some reason it doesn't, but the banner image is actually there. Okay, so to confirm this, I'm just going to go ahead and go to where we have the default values. And I'm just going to say if initial data is there, if initial data is there. So if this is true, then we just say initial data dot title, or this is true, or we just give it this. I'm just going to go ahead and do this for all of them. Initial this is going to be Slack. This is banner image, and then this is description, and then this is active, or maybe true. Okay, so if you just go back here, okay, let's refresh. Okay, so if I click on edit, itself, it just initial data is there, when this doesn't actually propagate to be used in here. Okay, let me just see the mistake I'm making. Okay, I'm just going to go to this. I'm just going to go and give this to, let me just say CRUD here. So if I have this, I have this listing component. I want you to have a look on the handle edit function, where I try to set the current, department, and then I want to set this current department. I want to use this current department as initial data for my department form. So I'm just going to add the department form. So you can just click and get this department form. Let's add the department form here. So in the department form, I use this initial data to populate the form, but it's not working. Let's see the issue, where it might be. So you say, looking at the code, I can see the issue. So the problem is that when you open the model for editing, the department form component is already mounted with the previous. Oh, okay. So when we click edit, the department form is already loaded with the previous initial, which was null when creating then the form's default values don't update when the initial data changes. So the solution is reset form when initial data changes recommended. So here is trying to use, I think this is how you use the use effect. So that when it changes, you also change. So alternative approach, reset current department properly. So here is saying that the first approach would be let me just look at the first approach is this one. Update the listing component. So we have handle new, we set. When you click handle new, you set current department to null. So we have set this one. In the handle edit, we set, which is okay. And then we pass in this, okay. Then handle close, also we also set to null. Okay. So the key points here is that the main issue React hook forms default values only sets the initial value when the form is first created, not when the props change. So solution 1 is recommended. Use the use effect to watch for the changes in the initial data and is open, then call the reset. So I think this was meant to actually continue. Let me just reload this. Actually, you can click on exit. Okay, so it has now the form. So add the use effect in the department form to reset the form when the initial data changes. So here it has we have our console of initial data. We have the default values, everything remains. So we have the default values, but then we have the use effect and say if is open, okay, then we make this, and then we also set this here. Okay, and then if here is where we're going to do this here, which is okay. So I think solution 1 is the recommended to use the use effect. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and use it. So let's first leave this form with the default values like this. I'm just going to go to the form. Let's first leave these ones like this. So then now we just create a use effect, which is going to change when the initial data changes, and is form and the form. So here below we have the use effect. Let me import it. So it's saying if is open, so you can see this only runs when it is open. Then it means that it's going to still is going to run. So when you click is open and changes. So when it's open, it changes, or when the form changes or initial data changes, then it is going to go ahead and change these ones. Then inside the submit, we can actually have this, and then we can also have this if statement. Okay, so here where we have this inside the try, okay, is where we can just actually add this. Okay, where we have if there is initial data, then we're going to go ahead and we do the update. Okay, let's just see now if this actually changes. So if do I need to refresh? We could just actually even take off this console now. I think. Okay. And we have to say it also, there are some things we need to do in the department listing. So this sets it to this, but then others should set it to null. So handle, for instance, handle add. Okay. Should set this to null. Another one is let me see. Okay, so the listing component, we had the handle new also, which is setting this to null. So the new edit and handle model close. New handle model close. Which function is that? Okay, handle. Did this know where we have handle model close? Okay, let's first leave it at this. Okay, so let's go back here on the edit. And now it actually works. So when you open, it now sets these, the current one sets them here, and now we can do the update. So we just need to do the, we need to create the handle update, because now we have all the data. So in this data, we need to have also the, this is why we have the ID. That's why we have the ID. So basically, I'm just going to give this to create for us the update. Just a second. So we simply just need to create the mutation. We have this create mutation, which is from use create, like this. So we just want to create the use update. So I'm just going to say I have this. Let me copy this. I have the create mutation. I'm just going to say which uses this serve action. So if you just look at it, it uses this create department. Just going to use which uses the create server action. Just going to tell it, can you create for me the mutation for the edit and the server action. Okay, so those two things, so that we can just use them. Okay, I just want to go through what it has basically done. So just look at our server action. So we can start by creating a server action in the department here, server actions. We have the get. I'm just going to put down here the update. So you can have the update department, takes in the ID of the department and the data. It should take in the department update. Okay. This one should be partial. We're just going to create this update partial. And then here you just have the API department's ID, and then we pass in the data. Return the updated department ID. So even here we return the updated department ID. Then we can just check the mutation. So we just need to create this mutation that uses this function. So let me just go to the use department hook. So it has the create. We can just simply use the update, and we can just call the update department. Now we can just go ahead and call this in the form. So we have the create, and now we can create the update. So inside the form, department create form. So you can now call the update department. I'm just going to use this. And now we can just go inside the initial data, and now we can await this. Where we have this if statement, the initial, just going to update using this, update using the department data. Let's see. Here we have the department that I think in this case is this department. Just like this. And then here we have this here. Now what I would want to do, this is okay. We can just also update this. The loading. So let me just update the loading here. Okay. Then some other updates optional. Department query keys helpers. If you don't have the department keys helpers, we already have this one, I guess, in the use department webhooks. We already have them. One thing that I would want to actually to do is on the anyways for this one, I think we're just going to maybe leave it like this. Okay. We could just like leave it like this, but what I would want to do is, if we are trying to update this and we don't change, for instance, we don't change anything, then I would want to say that we don't run the update, because if right now you try to update here something, this is going to definitely try to update something. So we just need to simply listen if there are any changes someone has made, and then we could only send for only those changes since we are using the patch. So how you can also how you can do this in the form. So let's just go back to our department form. Here I'm just going to go ahead and say that since I am using a patch on the API, what I want to do is that I need to check if the user have made changes and only send the payload for only edited info. And if the user doesn't make any changes, then we should not call the update endpoint at all. So that would be the checks I would want. Since we're using, we can use, I think React hook form has something called is dirty React hook form. So React hook form has that state. So if we just come here, okay, so you can see it has the is dirty boolean sets true after the user modify any of the inputs. So then let me say make sure they provide all the inputs. So you can see here you have this. In the form state, you can also get these dirty and the dirty fields. And if something changes, then you can check this and you just understand which values actually got changed. I think I ever used that somewhere. So we can base on that, I think, to know what changed. So let's see how this is taking the approach. So you're saying the first thing here it is saying here is saying, let's see, I expect it to use is dirty somewhere. So helper function to compare the two values for changes, original and the current value. So if original is equal to this or original is equal to undefined, then return this. Get fields, then it has original and then it has the current. I'm just going to say that it should use, I'm just going to say that it should use the is dirty. I'm just going to say, can you use the is dirty, I think, and dirty fields. Like this hook. I'm just going to come here and see. I think that would be easy to use rather than this approach it took. So I'm just going to say, can you use is dirty and dirty fields from React hook form. Let's just see the, maybe just that this is much cleaner and more reliable. So here is the updated component. So but basically it's also going to make the server action to use the patch. Okay, so you can see here it uses the patch of the department create here. And then they updated the mutation hook. This one shouldn't change. I'm just going to update this. They update. So here you can see it was using put. I'm not a fan of put at all because every time you send a lot of data. So here I'm just going to use a patch. And you see we send data, which should be the partial of any of these department create, which is good. Then we can also update the query to use the, I think, the partial. So I'm just going to copy this. And then we can just go to the use department hook. Okay. Okay, so now here it says that it has updated the department form using the DATI. Implement system tax changes. Okay, this is the one that I want, this one. So now we have this from the fields. So you can see, get the data state and from the React hook form, and then you use form here. And if initial data, so you're just checking here. If initial data inside here, we are changing any data to title, slug, description, and is this. Others we don't need. Add image if changed. Don't know if the image needs to be changed. Only proceed if there are actual changes. Then sending change data, then update the change data. Okay, I'm just going to try to see if this solves the problem we have. I don't know if I'm just like complicating this whole form thing. I'm just going to go to this. Let's see. So we have that properties that does not exist on the. I think the data they are from. Let me see. There you can just also get this. So the data. So if you look where we are getting the data, you can just get it from here. You can just get this from React hook form. How about the control? Okay, so this is just doing it as a prop, but basically what we need is to get let's see, from up here you can also get them from just get them from form state. So I'm just going to go here. I'm just going to go here. Let's just go in the. So we have the form. So basically what we could do is from form state, we could just have these two from the form state, like so. Okay, so then we have one disabled is disabled boolean. We could just add is loading. Okay. Let's just check here. I'm just going to refresh. So if I click update, so if I just try to no changes, so you can see here, like no changes to save. So until you make some changes. So now unsaved changes are detected, and now you can just like make some updates, which is good. So if I go ahead and remove this, no changes. Yeah, so this is the more advanced, I think, rather than just like someone opens the form and then he can go ahead and click this. So if there are no changes, we shouldn't. So they disabled here. Just going to actually go back and add this. Want to see here. So it's saying initial or initial data if there is initial data and no changes. So it's saying here Boolean owner isn't enabled to type Boolean or undefined. So I think initial data, which says here, type is department or NAR. So I think we could just like do this, convert this, the department, whatever it is, the type of this. And has no changes. I guess that should just work. Yeah, so you can see now this, you can't click this. Okay. You can cancel, but you can just click this to submit it. Yeah, so we'll just be reusing this. If you don't make changes, then there is nothing you can call the API request. Okay, that's great. Now we just need to go ahead and make actual changes and receive these updates. So just going to say testament updated, and then description also updated to v2. And now we can also change the image. Let's change the image to something back to the default image to know that all the things are actually changing. Okay, I like this, the dots that are indicating that there are unsaved changes on these ones. They changed the feeds, title, description, and the image. Like, dude, this is really nice. So let's go ahead and see if we can hit the update. So basically, we're just going to hit, we should call this function the update department, which is API, and is on department's ID and data. I think that should work. That should work. Let's just say department updated. Not sure. It doesn't seem like anything happened. Let's just see. Is there any errors that are associated to this? Okay. So it's saying here, use patch instead of put. Okay. This is something else. So the information actually reached. We just got the 404 error which says, so like the link we are trying to update does not exist. Let's just first actually check the update. Oh, yes, we in the departments we don't have the patch. That is serious for sure. We don't have patch anywhere. Let's just check this in a second. So apparently we don't have update. Let me check for others. We actually don't have update for all these ones. Brands, we have the update. So just going to look at the one for brands and then we use it. So let me first actually go to API source. I'm just going to go routes. I'm just going to first check for brands. And in the brand index, so let's go and see this update. We have this for the update. Okay, we have this for update. So I just going to simply copy this update create route. I don't know how comes we don't have the update in the departments. Let me first actually go to routes. So we have the create gate. So supposed to be after the gate, we're supposed to have the update. Oh, we actually have the update. Can you imagine that? So we have the update. Okay. So, and let's also make sure that we have the update this side. Yeah, the update is here. So that means it is not in this index here. So we just simply need to add the update. Okay, just going to go ahead and add in the update. And even here it's going to be update. Can I just add this line to wherever we don't find? So you say banners, index, update is there. And then they just say categories, index. Let's just add here this update. Okay, so now going back to this here, I'm just going to, yeah, so now we have the patch. Okay, we have the patch. Now the return after the created, we don't want to create this. So I'm just going to go to this handler. The handler we have on the create is what I want to use. So we already have one that we have here on create. So if you look at the created, we can do the same thing with updated. We simply say select ID. Okay. So here, on this update, okay, I'm just going to go to the responses. Instead of the department schema, we're just going to say post. We have this post response schema. So this is the updated department ID. And that's the only one I just want to add. And then when I go back to the handlers, when we go to the one for update, so here after updating here, find where update data, then we can select actually. So we can select this and then we can return the updated this one. So if we just reload, you will see that now on the update, the response of 201 returns the updated department ID. So response, I'm just going to say that this returns. I will go to the explanation here. Returns the ID of the updated department. Okay, so now it should work. If we go back this side, I'm just going to refresh. So the update should now work. Okay, so I'm just going to go here and I will click on update, and I just say here that this is department updated, description updated to V2, and then so the image is not changed. We can also change the image to make sure that everything actually changes. Okay. So you can see even the image now becomes changed. And now let's go ahead and try to update. And you can see that now we have the test department updated, and this is really cool. So if we just go ahead and get the departments, I would want to see. So you can see you have test department updated. Nice. So the last one we're just going to do is the delete. So we need to be able to delete this. So for the delete, I'm just going to minimize the API. So if you just go back the web and you go to the delete, we should be able to delete. Now we can also use, so if you look at the delete, I'm just going to say handle delete. Handle. Okay, just going to say delete then. So there is why we have this deleted item, delete item. I think there is this one, which is a confirm delete. Yes. So we have this confirm delete if it is deleted, and then you go ahead and we delete this ID. So the first thing I think to do is to work on the delete server action. So here we have the update. Okay. So we have create, get, and update. So basically we can do the same thing for this. So if you look at the for delete, the only thing you need is you just need the ID here. You need only the ID. So basically if we are just going to say delete department, you just only need the ID, just like this. And then here we're just going to say await. Instead is going to be delete. API departments, and then you simply just go to this. There is no any data needed, and this just only returns the message. Okay, so that is supposed to be like this. Okay. So we have the delete department, because delete also requires authentication. In the responses, you can see we have, you need to be authenticated to delete. So basically this needs to be so I'm just going to go to use departments. So here we have one hook for the delete. This one's going to be delete department, and you can see it takes in just an ID only. Query client, we're just going to say here department deleted. Query key is going to be department keys. On error fade to delete department. Okay. Now we can use this. So if we just go to the dashboard here, so where we have this delete, so we can call this method. We can call the delete mutation the way we have been calling these other mutations, like this. I'm just going to go ahead and see if we can call this mutation here. So you can just say delete delete department mutation. It's going to be use delete depart. Oh, okay. I think we need to go to use. Let's say use department, use delete department. So just going to use this here. Now we can just call this mutation. So looking at how all other mutations were called, I will just await the mutation like this. So we can just go to confirm, where we have this confirm, confirm delete. Check if the department is active. And then here we can just implement department deleted. So just going to add this. This one is supposed to be the delete department mutation, and just we only pass in the ID of the delete item, and this is supposed to be not an object. I think this is can I just go to use the delete? If you look at it, is the function just takes in an ID. Just simply pass in an ID like this, and that should be enough. Now, the deleted description has been deleted. We already have some toaster already in this mutation, so we can either use that one or use this one. Any of them can work. Let's just see if this will work. So we can just go here. I'm just going to delete this. Warning, the department is currently active. Please deactivate it before deletion. I don't know if that is true. We need to first deactivate. So this was this statement here. Okay. I'm not sure if that is something you need to implement, but I'm just going to leave it at that point. So yes, I say. Okay. So I'm just going to go and delete. Okay. So you can see we have two models. I think I'm just going to only deactivate one. I'm just going to deactivate this here on success. I'm just going to simply deactivate this one since we have the other one. Okay, so the department was deleted. Now about the warning. In the department listing here, this warning is of course the check was put here, but this warning is on the confirm dialog down here. Okay, so warning, this department is currently active, please deactivate before deletion. So you can just consider that. Then someone would just come here and update, and he makes this like inactive like that. Okay, so since we are here, so since we have done this, now we have done for all CRUD functionalities we can create, we can update, and also delete. I need to do this for all others, the categories, the products, brands. So I need to do all those CRUD functionalities for all those ones. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is, since we have gone through the whole process, all of us, because the components that needs to be done, okay, let's just like document the process to be able to do the CRUD. So the CRUD tasks on the front. Okay, so the first one, you need to create So here, just first of all, we're just going to assume you have the backend API. So that's the first assumption, that you actually have the backend API endpoint. Okay. So after you have this, now create the server action. Okay. That uses, let's say, okay, that will hit the endpoint. Then two, we create the you need to create the hook. We need to create the React query hook, query hook. Okay, that uses the server action. Then now in the form or the listing page, use the hook. Okay, so these are like the 3 tasks basically you need to do to check all the time as you are doing this. So you remember, we already have like an endpoint, and then you come here, then you hit the endpoint. For instance, the create department. So you hit this endpoint like so. Okay, you hit the endpoint like so. And then now the step number 2, after you have created this, you have to go in the hook. As we have seen, you create your hook, like use the departments. And then in this hook, you also have the create department. Use create department. And then finally, you create in your form, you use this hook to implement the task. So now that you have the data table, you have everything. I'm just going to repeat this for all. I'm just going to go ahead and repeat this for I'm just going to repeat this for the categories, and then I will do for brands, and then also for products. So you can just take it as a task and you try to use this we have done, and then you try to consume the API. Okay, then I will come back to actually use to show you what I've done. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and pause and do that, because already I can see I'm in going to the 5th hour. So it has been really a lot of hustling to reach this level, but I'm glad that we have reached. So let me just go ahead and I'll just go do for all these other remaining simple models to see how we're just going to do this. Then afterwards, we'll go through. Okay, so after a few hours, I think it took me about 1 hour. So I've added for banners. As you can see here, we have the banners. We can do CRUD for banners. I also added brands, so we can also do CRUD for brands. And then I also added so we added departments together, so I also added categories. So I added categories. So we can also do CRUD for categories. Now I want to show you for categories. We have this selector here. So I just want to show you this how to add this. I don't know if you manage to add this select whereby it has a search. I always use this one for all my stuff, so I will just to show you how we manage to do that. So I didn't work on the products. So the products, I just want to work them when I'm very fresh, like in the next episode, tomorrow's episode. I'm just going to work on the product so that we can just work on the product listing. Because for it, it's going to be different, more especially both the add and the edit is going to be really different. So that's why I just want to create it alone. So let me just show you for categories, more especially the form. Let me just go back down here. So if you just go, we have categories. Okay, categories. So as you can see here, we have the components and we have the category form. So the most important part is we are using this component called the form select here. So this form select here is the one we are actually using. So this component comes already with the form input components that we added. So you don't need to add it, just you need to know how to use it. So we just get the departments on top here from this, and then we can get the options. Okay, we have here the options like this, and now we can just use these options inside here. Maybe one thing is, so we have the selected category. Let me just see. It was the selected department. So I'm just going to copy this, cut it, and I can take it below here. So we could just have the default selected department. You can just get these departments, and by default, I just simply get the first one like this. And now when you just go to create, you have, I think you should have the, I'm just going to refresh. Let's go to create. Okay, I think that didn't work out. To select this, let me just give it now. So you can just create a category and then you give it a department. So, and then we have also the images, those ones, you know how to add them. I'm not going to go into the testing. They are all working. Okay, so what I'm just going to do right now is I'm just going to stop here, and in the next episode we're going to resume from here. We're just going to more especially look on adding the products, and we'll also fix all the remaining, if there are bugs. We just need to fix all the bugs, and then we push this version online, and at that point we will also add the images and everything. But right now I'm so tired, I cannot just proceed. But basically right now everything works as expected, right? So right now I'm just somehow, as I said, tired. But in the next episode we just look at we're just going to look at the products. We'll clean up some of the data. We'll leave the departments only, and then we might just clean all the categories and then start creating afresh, so that we have some good data to work with. The same thing with the products. We will clean them up, and then we add the products we can work with. Yeah, so thank you so much for watching this episode. I know it had a lot of we had to fix bugs, and sometimes it is not easy to enjoy watching, but if you have reached at this level to watch up the end, thank you so much. I will see you in the next one.